Good morning, everyone, and welcome back. We are delighted to bring you action here from the Corby Tennis Centre for another Pickleball event. The players are on court now and they are ready to go. We've got 2 days worth of action-packed pickleball for you planned. So first up, we are focusing on the men's open category. And we're going to run this one back to back. So every single men's open game is going to be run concurrently. So you'll get to follow the action from this category from start to finish. And I'm delighted to be here, Tim Spurway. And action is underway. So at the bottom of your court, we have James Ling on the bottom left and Tom Caulfield on the bottom right. Incredibly strong 5.0 players, both of them. Probably looking at the pre-tournament favourites. And they are playing a bit of an unknown quantity. So on the top of your screen, we have Chris Meadows on the top left and James Selby on the top right. And the early speed up. Tom Caulfield, always a good tactic when you're facing some unknown players to get a feel for how they play and how good their reactions are. So you may see a lot of early speed ups, and Caulfield and Ling starting straight out of the blocks here. Delighted to have Neil Lawson-Smith with me this weekend, working the scoreboard and some of the technical side, and Lewis Oak as well, working the cams early on. We will be playing, me and Lewis, in this category, so that is something, well, maybe something to look forward to. Caulfield and Ling straight away imposing themselves on this match, 6-0. And this is all out aggression and attack. James Selby just unable to get that return deep enough. And the pop up again. And if they were hoping to get Caulfield and Ling cold, it doesn't look like it's happened so far. Meadows and Selby. The turn. A deep shot there. So they get the opportunity to get some points on the board. And there we go. They are off the mark and running. Meadows and Selby. So they'll be feeling a lot more comfortable now, Meadows and Selby, with a couple of points on the board. With a miss serve from James Selby. And some classic fast hands from James Ling. He has ridiculously quick hands. Yeah, and just finding the space on the court there as well. And we have an early game point here. And there it is, just the slight overplay there from James Selby. And that brings up the first win in this open category, and Caulfield and Ling looking imperious form. Meadows and Selby, I think, still warming up, getting used to the conditions, and no doubt they'll be seeking an improved performance in their next one. I don't think we saw the best of them in that one, but when you're up against seasoned players like Caulfield and Ling, seasoned medalists, not just here in the UK, that Tom Caulfield in particular plying his trade on the European circuit as well, a multi-medalist across Europe, and I believe running some of the coaching clinics at Corby across the weekend. But we are back with a Pickleball event, and I'm delighted to be back. And we are further north than we normally go, up in Northamptonshire, a lovely town of Corby. But I will be back. I believe Lewis Oakes and I's first game is coming up, so we're just going to get out on court and warm up. So you can either watch this one or not, but I'll be back to commentate on some more shortly. A quick change of ends again. Parker and Sullivan. And Meadows and Selby haven't yet settled into this open division. So 4 teams. Each team will be playing each other twice. We have Tom Caulfield and James Ling, who we saw looking pretty comfortable in that first game. A nice bit of fast hands there. Ronnie Sullivan and Andrew Parker coming out on top. And just these miss returns are costing Meadows and Selby. There's been 2 or 3 in this game already. Ooh, and a tag there. Ronnie Sullivan not holding back. And slightly looking dejected. An isolated figure at the net. But as every team will play each other twice, there is plenty of opportunities for Selby and Meadows to make some headway later on. I just feel that they're maybe slightly in their heads a little bit at the moment. Yeah, good fast hands. Moving forward, and that's a comfortable victory for Parker and Sullivan. So getting over that crushing loss that they suffered in the previous game to Oak and Spurway. We just scraped through that one if you were watching. Or if you weren't. And we will be back on. So this will be a fun one. This will be Tom Caulfield and James Ling. So the 2 strongest players will be playing Caulfield and Ling. I'm just joking. So it'll be an interesting one. So hopefully some good points in there. That's what we play pickleball for. We play for the quality points. And the result is secondary. So next up, Oak and Spurway versus Ling and Caulfield. Caulfield and Ling showing their level in our first two games and taking an early 3-0 lead here. Andrew Parker and Ronnie Sullivan will be fancying their chances at causing them some problems. But experienced players. That James Ling at the net. His hands are so quick. Just feel like he covers the court so well as well. So reads the game, comes across, makes the right moves, and that forehand serve, once he gets serving and gets in a rhythm, it's hard to get that backhand, that return deep. Slightly pulled by Tom Caulfield. See that forehand from James Ling, effortless power. And one thing that's so critical is cutting out the unforced errors and giving much chance as possible for these points to play out. But 6-0 lead, Caulfield and Ling. And it feels a little bit like they haven't had to step into second or third gear yet. And that serve, that hammer blow of a serve from James Ling, unrelenting and causing all kinds of problems. And that short return as well. And you just try and weather the storm. Good hands from Andrew Parker. See that there, down at the feet of Tom Caulfield. How often do we see that, where you play a really strong point and then the very next point you make a very rudimentary error? But they get their first point on the board, and a deserved point. Parker and Sullivan. 1-9. Again, the reaction speed and the anticipation of Caulfield and Ling. Caulfield that time batting that shot down the line with the backhand. And then the break down at the net from Ronnie Sullivan. And this is all going the way of Caulfield and Ling. But a good leave. And they will have another opportunity to score some points. So apologies, but the scoreboard, they've agreed on 3-10. So there we go. 11-4 in the end. And another solid win for Caulfield and Ling. And very much looking comfortable and composed on court. Not having to overstretch themselves. So Lewis Oak and me are back on court. Lewis Oak is feeling confident. Just had a quick chat with him there. He's got a new grip on his paddle, so that'll give something for Ling and Caulfield to think about later on. But we are playing Chris Meadows and James Selby. So that's Tim Spurway and Lewis Oak versus Meadows and Selby. So next up, we have Ronnie Sullivan and Andrew Parker versus Lewis Oak. And me, Tim Spurway. So, a repeat of an earlier match, which was very tight, so this should be a good watch.
as a result of being unable to get absolutely anyone else to jump on the microphone, I'll have a go. In the lower half of your screen, we have Andrew Parker, bottom right, Ronnie Sullivan, bottom left, Lewis Oak, top left, crossing over to the top right now, and top left of your screen now, Tim Spurway. Andrew Parker to serve at 2-5. Very strong backhand flick there from Tim Spurway. He looks happy with himself. Great spirit here at the turn as four of the nicest people to take the court pass at the net at 6-3.
A nice ATP there from Tom Caulfield. A very casual ATP. And he's trying all kinds of things. I think they're feeling pretty calm and comfortable. All wins so far for James Ling and Tom Caulfield. It's been plain sailing. But Lewis Oak and I plan to change that in our next game. And the over-eagerness there of Chris Meadows and James Selby proving their downfall. Working their way into a good position, and there's a good dink there. Good dinking by James Selby. But it's the speed up and the additional power. So that early speed up is causing so many problems. The difficulty in resetting that ball after that speed up. I feel like Chris Meadows has found himself a little bit isolated in that position when the third hasn't been good enough. And it's difficult to see how they're going to arrest the progress for Field and Ling. And they say that you learn a lot from defeats, and I think it's a really good experience for James Selby and Chris Meadows. They'll be going away probably feeling that they have some things to work on with drills and see the level that Caulfield and Ling are playing at. It was a nice drop by Meadows, but just finding that lovely angle, Ling. Yes, and a really good point there. And they win the serve back with two well-played points, Meadows and Selby. So a little bit of mini momentum here. Let's see if they can take it through. I think that third there, that half-court ball, maybe taking a chance and drive that ball, see if they can keep those points short. Nice overhead put away, and he can hit those put aways all day long. James Ling, a tall man. Lord knows how tall, but if I were to guess, I would say maybe 6'2", 6'3". Maybe even higher. He said he's 6'7", apparently. That's what Lewis Oak has told me. Great play and a good point. And an ATP there, James Selby. Just straight wide there from Tom Caulfield. Another chance for Selby and Meadows. See if they... And they were in that point for a second. Tom Caulfield keeping the pressure on, though. Lovely drop. But again, the early speed up. Change of direction from Tom Caulfield. The slight fake out was good enough. And Caulfield and Ling now easing their way towards that 11-point mark. We have match point. Yeah, and some good resets from Caulfield and Ling, showing that they're not all about the attack. They can defend incredibly ably as well. Meadows and Selby succumbing to a 11-0 loss. We are absolutely flying through our matches, folks, here on the show court. And next up, we have Oak and Spurway again. And we're going to have another crack at Caulfield and Ling, which will be, well, fun. I very much enjoyed the experience last time. And Lewis Oak is feeling confident in this one, so we'll be back shortly. 3 group games left in this men's open division here at the Fox Pickleball Event in Corby, Northamptonshire. This lovely indoor tennis dome. And the sounds echoing throughout this arena. With the sounds of frustration in the last game. Another win for Caulfield and Ling. Another 11-4 for me and Lewis Oak. And if there's any suggestions at home as to how we can challenge them, we're all ears and we'll be very happy. Whether we need to resort to nefarious means, such as poison, it might come to that. But looking again very strong in their last game, but turning our attention to Meadows and Selby again, having another crack at Parker and Sullivan. So the semi-finals are all set now, so all 4 teams will progress to a semi-final. It's just the positioning of the teams which dictate who's playing who. So we will be playing Andrew Parker and Ronnie Sullivan. Caulfield and Ling will be playing Meadows and Selby. And that's going to be frustrating there for Meadows and Selby, working their way into the ascendancy in that point nicely. Just overshooting it. This drive, so another chance for Meadows and Selby, just a 1-point deficit, and they get their first point on the board. An ATP, or an Ernie rather, from Ronnie Sullivan. A very casual Ernie, just stood at the net and popping it away. So that will be a little highlight to take home with him. And a good speed up there. James Selby. Good reactions from Andrew Parker. That ball going long from Ronnie Sullivan, but taken by Selby. And Andrew Parker's serve working nicely as well at the moment. And they work themselves again nicely into that point, but it's just the final hit, the final shot, just causing them problems, and they've had a lot more opportunities than their scorelines suggest, Meadows and Selby. Working the court nicely there. And that's a good shot. And we haven't seen too much of that drive, taking a chance off that short return. Come off for them that time. Parker and Sullivan 4-2 up here. And they're certainly stepping up their game here, Meadows and Selby, drawing level. Ball just coming on to court. And this is their strongest performance so far. And frustrating miss serve, though. And that is a lovely lob. Meadows and Selby are really grinding down, or knuckling down and grinding this one out. That one going in, and Ronnie Sullivan now serving at 6-5. Finding a nice angle. Nice touch there from James Selby. But Parker and Sullivan pinned back here, 7-7. Oh, and finding, I think, the edge of the paddle. But Selby flicking that one away nicely. And putting on a much, much improved performance here. Hitting some out balls as well, though. And evening up the scores, Meadow and Selby. Can they take their first victory in the open category here? And they take a late lead. And with 2 opportunities to serve as well. And they pull off a bit of an upset here. Jimmy Sullivan coming across. They do get the side out back. And is that the opportunity gone? Andrew Parker to serve, and we know how big his serve is. And just pinning Miss Meadows to the back of the court. And a miss there as well, and just a couple of errors at a critical point, and that is game point. Yeah, and Andrew Parker very composed with that put away, not overplaying, finding the nice angle, and that is game. And a close match. Much improved performance from Selby and Meadows there. They'll take heart from that performance. And Meadows and Selby will go straight on to the next match, and we will be going out on court, Oak and Spurway, and for our last group match.
We're not on.
Well played, Chris Meadows and James Selby finishing their group stage with a win. Played a very, very impressive match indeed. And I can say that as one that experienced it firsthand. Disappointingly. So final group match here. Parker and Sullivan versus Caulfield and Ling. And Parker and Sullivan looking to cause some damage on a very comfortable Caulfield and Ling, who have breezed through this group. And a good start, point on the board. And Ronnie Sullivan moving nicely into the net. Just caught out by the early speed up from James Ling. Those fast hands of his on display again. Oh, and tagged on the chest. And I'm pleased now that I'm not the only one that's been tagged. So we do go straight through to finals. There are no semi-finals in this category. So the finals are set. So me and Oak, Tim Spurway and Lewis Oak, I believe we'll be playing Caulfield and Ling. And Parker and Sullivan will be playing Meadows and Selby. I believe that's the case. And a great rally, and we see an ATP from Ronnie Sullivan, but defended. Oh, and another tag, and the high speed up from Ronnie Sullivan. And they are finding themselves in a bit of a contest here. Parker and Sullivan playing some lovely stuff. Seemingly stepping up their level. But a nice speed up from Caulfield. Down the middle, it solved that riddle, and I think he's quite happy with that. Yeah, nice angle found as well. And Parker and Sullivan playing some good stuff. Pinning back the partnership of Caulfield and Ling. And Sullivan using his height there to his advantage. Probably similar kind of height to James Ling. Yes, and some lovely play and some good action at the net as well. That lovely backhand roll from Andrew Parker, working well for him, one of his stronger shots. Oh, and it was on his paddle. And you might have fancied Parker to get that one on his backhand side, just hitting that lovely flick in the last point. No prisoners taken with that shot. James Ling, a fairly scary sight when he's winding up for one of those overheads. Every now and again, he does just throw in a slightly odd service error. Return by Parker. And they are definitely causing some problems for Caulfield and Ling.
You're right there, Tim. And do you think because they've nothing to lose, they're out there with their hearts?
I think they are. And you don't get many opportunities, Neil, to play players of the caliber of Caulfield and Ling. And sometimes that just really focuses your mind to try and put in the best performance you can. You know, you've got nothing to lose, really. Particularly now as it's the last group game as well. So the result of this won't change the outcome of the groups. Oh, Ronnie Sullivan trying it, and the finish. Brilliant play by Parker and Sullivan.
And these guys are deserving every single point they get.
It's just, they are definitely stepping up to the plate in this last match, Neil, and it's great to see. And what a drop, and what a reset, and the attack by Ronnie Sullivan. And they are out to do the business here. They are not falling meekly into the night. They are stepping up to the plate. And maybe that additional pressure is just going to make Ling and Caulfield have to up their game a bit and step out into second gear. Or third gear, maybe.
It's not often, Tim, we see Ling and Caulfield on the back foot here. But now they've got to play. Another unforced error there. He's really piling the pressure on.
And Caulfield and Ling just been told that if Parker and Sullivan win this match, it will mean that Parker and Sullivan go through to the final. So all on the line in this game, Neil.
That's right, Tim, and at half-time, there's a lot to think about. Both sides are going to be cementing what they've been bringing in that first half and thinking that it can go either way.
Yeah, and they are very much in this game. And I don't know if they realise that perhaps... And that is a miss from James Ling, the ATP. And Parker and Sullivan are really stepping up their game here, and they are sensing a bit of an upset, and this would be a huge upset. And the hand speed of Parker and Sullivan. The hand speed of Parker and Sullivan, really something to watch now. This game could go either way, Neil.
That's right, Tim. And the shots we're seeing today, you cannot give 1 inch. And that's a great thing about this sport, about pickleball, is that it's never a given. Every shot has to be played for. Every shot has to be won.
Caulfield and Ling slipping up slightly, and a nice drop from Ling. Finding the line again, Andrew Parker, that lovely backhand flick. And Ling and Caulfield have to step it into an additional gear. I don't know if they've got a 4th or a 5th gear. And that is definitely a 5th gear shot there from Tom Caulfield. And sometimes, Neil, it's when it gets a bit tough, when it gets a bit tight, that is when the best players come out of their shell.
You're right, Tim. That does separate the men from the boys. The scores are separating slightly here. Let's see if it can be maintained. Just go to show nothing certain in this game.
No, the games are played at a high pace and they're quite short. And a few points run here could change again the complexion of this match. And brilliant defense from Sullivan, but can only do so much. James Ling finding the nice angle there. This has been a really fun watch, and Ling and Caulfield. Yeah, and now we have game point. Ling and Caulfield as we move forward, and that is the game. Ling and Caulfield take it 11-6, and a brilliant watch, though, and that one, just a couple of points here and there, could have totally changed direction, Neil.
Yes, Tim, you're absolutely right. And as sad as Park and Sullivan are going to be to lose that match, having got so much ground against a very strong Caulfield and Ling today, they're also going to walk away with their heads held high. They're going to be very satisfied with that, and I think they can look back on that and say that's probably one of the best games they've played today.
Yeah, at this beginning there, they were showing signs of a real upset, and those fast hands at the net from both Ronnie Sullivan and Andrew Parker, very impressive. And it looked like for a second Caulfield and Ling didn't have the answers, but as is often the case with the best players, they managed to change things around, step up an extra gear, and in the end 11-6. Looks like a fairly comfortable scoreline, but it was anything but comfortable on the court. So we will be having a short break whilst the calculations are done. That was our last group game. And I believe it will be Tim Spurway and Lewis Oak versus Tom Caulfield and James Ling in the final. Final, of course, best of 3. And the semi-final, I'm not sure if we're going to do semi-finals on this court. The bronze final. Not sure if we're going to do the bronze final first, or if the bronze final is going to be played on an outer court. We are very much ahead of schedule here, so we've got the time, but it's whether we go ahead or whether the players indeed want to wait around. So we'll be back after a short break and bring you action from the final games of this men's open category here. See you soon.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the ViperCore Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
IT landscapes are increasingly complex, with evolving security threats and the growing demand for seamless service delivery. A managed IT SIM platform enables businesses to overcome these challenges by streamlining processes, enhancing operational efficiency, strengthening security measures, and providing a scalable, cost-effective approach to IT service management. iCTO helps businesses optimize their managed IT SIM platforms by providing expert guidance, automation, and strategic IT service management solutions, ensuring efficiency, scalability, and enhanced service delivery while reducing costs and downtime. iCTO, here when you need it.
So we will be having the bronze final before the gold final. So very happy to commentate and bring you action from the bronze final. And we saw the last two games, both from Chris Meadows and James Selby, and Andrew Parker and Ronnie Sullivan, who will be participating in the bronze final. Been playing some really good stuff. high-level pickleball. So, if they can, both teams can continue that. My voice breaking here with the excitement. Yeah, you can continue that good play. We could be in for a really impressive bronze final. Neither team will want to go away empty-handed from this tournament. Apologies to Chris Meadows and James Selby. I've been calling them the wrong way round. That's a rookie mistake on my behalf. So Chris Meadows is the chap in green and with the yellow shoes. James Selby with the cap and in grey. And they will be playing out this bronze final, looking to build on that win that they achieved in their last group game. So we are about to get underway here. This best of 3 encounter. First to 11, 1 ahead. Chris Meadows has this very unpredictable forehand and backhand. He can hit it beautifully with great disguise. And it caused me and Lewis Oak in our last group match all kinds of problems. And I think if they can get that one switched on, they have every chance of pulling off probably what might be considered a slight upset. Delighted as well to have Neil Lawson-Smith, who he's scoring, but you may well hear his voice from time to time as well. It's not an easy job scoring and commentating, but it looks like he's got it sewn up.
Well, I wouldn't quite say sewn up there, Tim, but I'm going to try my best to note some of the lovely drops we're seeing today. It really is looking very fluid out there.
Parker and Sullivan taking a 4-point lead. It's going to be so important for Meadows and Selby to stop the momentum early stages here. And a point on the board for them. Yeah, moving forward up through the court nicely, Ronnie Sullivan. Andrew Parker looking for an angle that wasn't perhaps there. No. So no change of ends in a best-of-3 match until the final game, where you change at 6. You change after the end of each game until then. But an interesting attempt at a slice volley there from Meadows. This game slightly bitty at the moment. Neither team able to reach their top level. Just see a missed volley there, missed third there from James Selby.
I think you're right, Tim, there. Selby and Meadows are just trying to find some sort of cadence here to get into the match and to show the style and ingenuity we've seen in previous games.
And for that backhand flick, very difficult to pull off. Parker and Sullivan looking very good for this first game. And tagging Meadows as well. Game point now. And there we see the slightly unusual style of Chris Meadows. He's so unpredictable. Very flat, very flip-like forehand and backhand speed up, which is so difficult to read, and it's very successful for him. If he can apply it more in the second game, as this one looks to be going in the way of Parker and Sullivan. The stranger things have happened, but 1 point ahead, it's going to be very difficult to come back, and they will have 2 opportunities to put this first one away, and haven't had to do and that is a miss. So now it's 10-1-2. Apologies. So we're at game point now. And there's that flick from Chris Meadows. And they are going to have to wait to put this one away. Meadows and Selby unable to trouble the scoreline. And that's a little bit of a pop-up there. Duly dispatched by Ronnie Sullivan. And another opportunity now. 10-1-1. Yeah, and a good leave, and that's the first game. So Parker and Sullivan looking strong as they go into the change of ends after that first game. And Meadows and Selby are going to have to change things up to get back in this game. Too many errors in that first one.
That's right, Tim. It's a reset now, isn't it? A reset of the change of ends here, reset of the game, but also hopefully a reset in their mindset. Give them a chance and to put it behind them and to play for the second game.
Yeah, they know they've got another level in them. Showed that in their last group match. Playing really high-level pickleball, very few errors, lots of depth on their shots, which caused all kinds of problems to their opponents. And they need to rediscover that form if they're going to have a chance in this second game. 0-1. Yeah, nice play from James Selby. The point of the match so far for him, moving forward nicely through the transition up to the net on the aggressive. And that will give them some confidence, I think. Yeah, and that's assured pickleball from Parker and Sullivan. The basics all down to a tee, waiting for the right moment to attack. And the quick attack defended, but popped up.
And there's an interesting play there that whilst you're on the attack, never give up the defence.
And Chris Meadows, what a shot that was. Poetry in motion, stepping across the court. And they are finding themselves in these advantageous positions. It's whether they're able to consolidate and take their chances when they're arising, because they are being given chances here. A 3-1 lead, but that could very quickly dissipate. I want to try and get another point or two on the board, but not this one. A non-scoring side out. And Andrew Parker back to serving again. But they are throwing in these errors that we weren't seeing in the first game. Parker and Sullivan. And we're just waiting on confirmation of the score. We have it 3-3-1. But it is 3-5-1. That's what Ronnie Sullivan called, I believe. It's quite always easy to hear from the commentary booth, but so a second game deficit to try and overcome. Yeah, and Chris Meadows has shown some really nice touches when he's cut across the court and just hit over that ball. No chance for Sullivan and Parker to get it, and they find themselves at a real advantage in this second game. The level of Parker and Sullivan has dropped off markedly since the first game, and the level of Selby and Meadows taking a sharp upturn, moving forward nicely, but showing reactions there. Andrew Parker. I believe we're at 4-6-2. And Parker with a big forehand there. Oh, and James Selby showing some real quick hands, defending the first nimbly, but the second was beautiful. Using his anticipation to pass that one through the centre, and that will give Sullivan something to think about. Now this game, really, really tight. Meadows and Selby holding a narrow advantage. James Selby breaking down, so that advantage cut to 1 point now. 5-6-2. A lovely drop. But good play from James Selby, and they're cutting out the errors. They're putting pressure. They're not giving easy points like they did in that first game, and they'll be feeling like this could, with a bit of luck and a bit of skill from them, eventually go to a third as they inch their way closer to that magic 11-point marker. Great reset, but the second broke down, and these are critical moments in this match. Parker and Sullivan, and certainly not out of this second game yet. Yeah, James Selby, and he's had a couple of very impressive fast hands battles. That he's come out on top on. And a 3-point lead now. And this one could be going the distance. Oh, and how critical is that point going to be? It looked like Meadows and Selby had worked their way back into it. But the fast hands of Ronnie Sullivan, rather. And I believe that's the first time I've ever made the mistake of calling Ronnie Sullivan Ronnie O'Sullivan. I've been desperately trying to avoid it. But it caught up with me in the end. It is not the legendary snooker player Ronnie O'Sullivan. It is even better. It is the pickleball player Ronnie Sullivan. And suddenly, Parker and Sullivan closing the gap. And Meadows and Selby need to shut the door here. And they have not shut the door. They have allowed Parker and Sullivan to even this second game up. But, James Selby finding a nice bit of power on that forehand. Down low at Ronnie Sullivan. Ronnie Sullivan probably about 6'6" himself. Got a long way to stretch down. So James Selby or Chris Meadows coming across, and that ball on the half volley, always going to be a difficult one to pick up. But he's found the angle there, has Chris Meadows. Oh, and point of the match so far. Chris Meadows finding a ridiculous angle on the cross-court dink. And what a play from him, but again, showing that brilliant play and then letting that point go. And straight back to Sullivan and Parker. Both teams getting slightly frustrated with themselves. This critical moment, but when push comes to shove, it is so nice to get a nice, easy return error. And brilliant defense, and just stepping up their game perhaps at the right time. And they are at 10-8-2. And there it is. The bronze medal goes to Andrew Parker and Ronnie Sullivan. And that was a very, very close second game. And when it mattered the most, Parker and Sullivan stepping it up, playing some really high quality defensive play in the last few points, cutting out the errors, and it was that in the end that caused them to be victorious in this bronze final. I hope you enjoyed that one at home. Many congratulations to Parker and Sullivan. They'll be pleased to get over the line. But we will be moving on now to our gold final. Players start going out on court, so that is mine and Lewis Oak's cue to get out on court ourselves. We will be playing in this final. This is Tom Caulfield and James Ling versus Tim Spurway and Lewis Oak.
Sadly, as a result of all of the voices that might have taken the microphone being on the court right now, you're stuck with Steve Beale and
Andrew Parker.
for the commentary of this men's open gold medal match between Tom Caulfield and James Ling on the left side of your screen. Tom in the white top with the hat. James in the black Fox Pickleball t-shirt, matching our title sponsor beautifully.
I think that's Tom showing how he means to play this game, poking down Tim's backhand. It's a good shot.
Lewis Oak returning from the bottom right of your screen there, also in a Fox Pickleball top. And Tim Spurway now receiving from Tom Caulfield.
Good lead by the team there. I think you can see they're trying to freeze out Lewis, which is quite the solid tactic because he's pretty good. But as you saw then when he got involved and finished the point. Ooh, another good leave.
When the ball's fired at you that quick, leaving it is as often as not the best strategy.
Absolutely. I always say that 8 out of 10 are going out. And you don't get upset about the 2 that go in. You celebrate the 8 that go out.
100%.
Lewis is going to be upset with himself there. He doesn't miss those shots normally.
There was one of those 2 out of 10.
Absolutely. Looked like it was going to get Lewis in the ear for a second, but he did well to dodge it.
Reflexes of a cat.
He is only marginally bigger than a cat, so that makes sense. Oh, lovely rally.
Great series of shots there, but that forehand with so much topspin on it comes at you so fast over the net there.
It's ridiculous. It moves in the air so much. You probably can't see it quite on the camera, but when you're facing the other side, it can be about 12 inches different place to where you thought it was going to be by the time you try to hit it.
I wouldn't know. I'm not good enough to get on court with those kind of shots.
You can see when Lewis gets involved there, the difference it makes for Lewis and Tim.
You're right, it's clearly a strategy to try and target one half of the court a touch more.
Yeah, it's a slightly different lens when there's a lefty on the court. Because that shot from James would probably be quite good on a right versus right pairing, but because Lewis is lefty, he had it ready in the middle. And it was the last shot he hit.
Would you also have Lewis stepping across the centre line a touch in this situation?
Absolutely. I think it's good for 2 reasons. One is he's very good. And secondly, it's back to front to what the other people are expecting. So they're expecting the left side of the court to be stepping right to poach, not the right side stepping left to poach. So it can be confounding for the other side. Having been the other side to Lewis many times, I can tell you that's a fact.
Verified.
We have the Picklebee fact checkers just verifying that in the background. We will confirm it is in fact legitimate.
I've just consulted with the Pickleball fact checkers. They said if Andrew Parker says it, then we don't need to get out of our chair. A little bit of exactly that, with Lewis taking a couple of shots from across the middle there.
Yeah, James did really well to transition, and a couple of soft backhands to get into the game, and then they can go back to their tactic of putting pressure on Tim. Tim played a lovely first couple of shots and maybe just could have done with a little bit more patience. That's ridiculous from Tom. That's something you should never do, but he got away with it. And it looked magnificent. That serve is ridiculous down the line like that, as you just saw. Tim barely got his bat on it.
I thought it must have been miles out watching it until it bounced. Crazy.
Oh, one good serve, one bad serve.
When you push the envelope for those like tight margins, that's always a risk.
Yeah, when you have a weapon like that, you want to be going for it. Great shot from Lewis. See how he transitioned to the court there so he could take that on the volley? Meant the ball wasn't at his feet, he wasn't having an awkward shot, and he could command where he hit the ball. So Tim took the dominant role there from the left-hand side as per normal, with the right hand taking the forehand in the middle. Just a tiny bit late on his movement. Couldn't quite get out of the sweet spot. It's a lovely drop.
There's just so much spin on the ball every time it crosses the net in either direction.
Absolutely, yeah. You can see Lewis and James's tennis backgrounds coming through with those shots. Little bit of help from the third player on the court, the net.
You can almost see the extra speed the ball is coming at Tim and Lewis, that they're in the same shot, but the ball's getting there a bit early, so they're hitting it earlier in the swing there.
Yeah. The earlier you can, the more in front of you can hit it, the better you'll be able to keep momentum through the ball, keep a stiff arm through the ball. So when the guys are hitting as hard as they're hitting it, if you're a little bit weak in your positioning, the bat just collapses, you don't hit the ball where you want, you might fluff it in the net or give them a pop-up. So it's really important to get in front of you.
One of the 8 there.
Tim called that out, luckily, else Lewis might not have left the shot that was 12 foot out. They're looking at each other if they're not sure on the call there, but if they're not sure, it's in. That was 2 great shots from Lewis there. Tom tried a bit of a tricksy, spinny serve, but Lewis is on it, and now he's got a bit of momentum.
Catching the net cord as it sailed through the middle there as well.
A little tickle, little tickle. It was the right shot from Tim there, but with the spin on the ball, trying to judge exactly how to get the paddle on that ball is tough. Lewis again dominating the middle of the court, stepping across, taking it on the forehand.
These two I don't think have played a huge amount together, but seem to have some pretty good chemistry very, very quickly.
Yeah, definitely. They're definitely talking well and doing a lot of the right shots. I think there was a bit of commentator's curse there, as Lewis popped up for an easy smash. That was a lovely rally. Tom did so well to get him back in the point and then just gave Lewis a slight opening, and he didn't ask permission. Oh, Tim did so well there. He was on such pressure. The first shot from James was ridiculous. Hit it that hard. Might have even have bounced in the kitchen, and he hit it as hard as a drive because of the dip he got on the ball.
One of the risks, though, when you're pushing it that hard is that the net gets in the way on the odd one that would have otherwise taken that postage stamp space above the net. Every now and then one dips in.
Absolutely. Very tight game at 7-all here. Just a hair too deep on the dink from Tim there. Let Tom have the opening and do that first speed up. Lovely backhand roll from James there. Keep Lewis on his backhand is a bit trickier for him to get involved. Again, shows the value of a serve that powerful. Barely touched the ball and it's flying out. Ooh, and a bit of luck on the next one.
And from such a tight game at 7-all, 2 unreturned serves and 9-7 on serve.
Yeah, very pivotal moment for them to take 2 easy points. 3 easy points. One thing the top players consistently do is in a pressure situation, they put themselves in the right place. They take the 3 points when they're given to them, but they put themselves in that position to do so. Ooh, I think Tim's just hit a... Whoa, no, they've called it out.
And the first game goes to Tom Caulfield and James Ling in this best of 3 18+ men's open final. Quite a quick turnaround between the games there. All 4 players ready to start game 2.
Just the tiniest bit of influence from the net there. Just put Lewis a tiny bit out of position. To see the difficulty just to get the bat on the ball when that happens. Seems they've carried on with their momentum from the end of the last game. Taking a couple of quick points in the first one.
Such a common dynamic across so many sports that the difference isn't necessarily in your ceiling level of players, it is in the consistency with which you sit there.
Yeah, absolutely. When you have that momentum and just being able to turn the screw, keep that pressure on, it just becomes a compound effect. You feel better, they feel worse with every rally. I haven't seen too many shots like that from James in the first game, so Tim and Lewis did a good job of freezing him out somewhat. It's a worldy reset from Tim. And the joke there is well left, Tim. Not that he had much knowledge of what was happening. The shot came back so fast and it happened to go out. But definitely well left. The reset he hit before that, though, was next level. Bit of a mistake there from Tom. You can see, forgetting that Lewis is a lefty, playing a shot that would have been good to a right-hand pair. But Lewis is there ready to take that.
Is there an extent to which you get into a habit, and so you're so used to playing more commonly right-handed players, so you're putting the ball in spaces that would be on a right-hander's backhand, and even though you know Lewis is lefty, you're in a routine, if you like, without thinking about it, you put the ball where you would so often put it?
It's definitely a challenge. A lot of pickleball, you'll hear people talk about patterns, and there's quite often a pattern to how the rally goes. So you see a good player, when they've hit a shot, they're moving to play the next shot before the person on the other side has hit their shot, because they're expecting a pattern and they know the ball's roughly going in this sort of space, so they put themselves ready. And when your mind works like that, you have this automatic pattern that you're going for, and then suddenly it's changed on the other side, so your patterns don't make sense to the opponent. So you do have to consider that, and you absolutely just find yourself going, why did I do that? It's so obvious Lewis is left-handed, but you're sort of running on autopilot almost. You're having to think before, well, not think really, because the ball's coming so fast, you have to rely on your instinct.
Very close competition at 2-3 in this second game.
Nice backhand roll from Lewis there. It's actually not an awful drop from Tom, but it just Lewis had 6 inches of room just to get his bat on it and be able to roll it with some topspin. Difference when you can put a bit of topspin on the ball makes it so harder to judge what the ball's going to do off the bounce. And a great hands battle there. Definitely when the hands battles go like that, when you talk about patterns and instincts, you're not really thinking what's happening. You're just, it's almost like swing ball in the garden when you were a kid, right? The ball's just coming around 100 miles an hour and this all you can do just put your bat on it. And they did a great 6 or 8 shots there in that rally.
So they're putting their paddle onto the ball without necessarily being able to have time to process. I'll try and put it here. I'll try and put it there at that moment when the hands battle runs that fast.
Absolutely. And it's just an area you'll know roughly. So it might be a bit too complicated to discuss, but when you get into the hands battles like that, the ball is quite often a reflection of its direction. So if you hit it straight, it comes back straight. If you hit it at an angle, it will create the opposite angle to almost form a triangle. So you see a lot of the good players, they might go one on their backhand and then move into their forehand because they're expecting that reflective triangle reaction. So again, they're just moving on that instinct to try and find that zone roughly where it's coming. And if you can change that and influence it and not give them the easy shot, not use that reflective angle, then that's where you can confuse them and you cause the pop-ups.
So this is a large part of why you see the great players so often already have their paddle in the right place. The ball's moving so fast, you couldn't possibly get there from a neutral position, but they're using these patterns and the reflective angles to predict it. So when the ball follows that, they're actually already in position before the ball's moving towards their paddle.
Yeah, and it's very disconcerting if you're sort of aware and you have enough headspace as an opponent or someone doing that before you've hit your shot, you're seeing them move. And then all of a sudden, not only are you worrying about hitting your shot, you're also worrying about why are they moving? Where are they going? What are they doing? And you're trying to cope with everything else and trying to change what you're going to do. And again, it just puts even more pressure on you.
3-6-2 in this second game of this 18+ men's open final, with Caulfield and Ling with some uphill work to do to take this gold medal in 2. Spurway and Oak working hard to make sure that the match goes to at least 3.
I think Lewis is a bit angry with himself there, having hit that serve a few inches long.
The ball is just so low after the net, even though it's coming that fast.
Yeah, you think how hard he hit that, and it would have bounced, what, 6 inches, a foot past the kitchen? Tom's now low at his knees, having to try and dig that up, and the ball's coming at, 60 miles an hour. Not easy. I think this might be turning into a bit of a war of attrition. Hard work's morning of pickleball. Trying to keep at the top of your game is tough.
Tom Caulfield and James Ling earned the serve back there at 3-8-1.
Thought quite a lot about transitioning in pickleball, and you see Tom doing a great job of it there. He could have easily stayed at the back, but he took a few steps forward and that allowed him to take that on the volley. Just putting an extra bit of the speed on the ball meant it harder for him to keep it in.
Lewis with the right idea on the angle there, but just overcooking the distance.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad shot. It's one of them things. They're back serving at 8-5-1. Tom did a great job there, just keeping the pressure on. Didn't let Lewis come into the net, didn't let him get an easy volley. Just made him hit one more shot. Tom caught the line there. Got a bit jumpy on Lewis. Great rally there. James did so well to get back into the kitchen. A couple of hams battles and Lewis came out on top.
Will it start to enter the players' minds as the score gets closer to 11? Do you maybe tense up a little with a gold medal on the line?
It's impossible not to think about it. You do your best, but then you tell yourself, don't think about orange penguins. What do you think about? You think about orange penguins. So it's not easy. Once you get into the rallies, you don't think about it, but those little walks back to the service line and you're thinking, what should we be doing? Lewis and Tim need to win this to take it to 3. So there's a bit of pressure there. They had a good lead. Momentum is so important, as I said before. We want a bit of net help.
And I really do miss those 9 packs of orange flavoured chocolate bars.
Oh, yeah. Aren't they good? Yeah. They used to be everywhere on TV, adverts-wise. You barely see them at all now, right? Penguins. My childhood, I can remember being littered with penguin adverts.
Yeah, I think I personally bought all of the UK's supply, and therefore they didn't feel the need to market those products any longer.
Just caught the tape there.
Good work by Oak and Spurway to get the serve back without conceding too many points, and they remain 2 ahead.
I think Lewis is in a couple of minds there. It's tough when you give yourself 7 choices and normally pick the 8th. That's certainly my skill that I have.
Just a touch high from Tim Spurway there, and James Ling's going to eat those all day.
Possibly looked like a bit of a tired shot from Tom there.
What great positioning on that forehand there from Lewis Oakes, sending it straight down the middle, maximum at just on the edge of James Link's already enormous reach.
Yeah, he can cover a lot of the court, that's for sure, so it was great position. And although we've seen a lot of hard shots, the shot Lewis hit there wasn't super hard. It was just the right place, the right time, and the right topspin. It just made it difficult. Lewis was probably thinking that he might not win it on that shot, but he was definitely going to win it on the next shot.
Because of the stretch. Because of the stretching.
Yes, if he did get it back, the next shot would have been even easier. So it's about a 1-2 punch technique. So Lewis did that shot. He possibly could have gone harder and try and done the winner, and James may not have got his back to it, but he did it in a way that meant it was a higher percentage chance of success. And like I said, if James did get it on the stretch, it's coming, unless he hit an absolute worldie, in which case you just clap your hands and say, well done. But more often than not, it gives you a next shot that's incredibly easy to put away. That's where I talk about patterns. You'll see a lot of the good players repeat. They'll try and do something to unlock the next shot. It's not about trying to win on every shot. You look at various different players, some try and influence the game a bit more in an aggressive style, and it can be successful, but the really good players are trying to unlock the easy shot rather than trying to hit those once-in-a-lifetime shots that do look fantastic, but are hard to repeat.
And the percentages are so much lower.
Yeah. I quite often talk to people about trying to be 100% quality for 80% of your ability. So then you watch footballers, right? You see them warming up. They do all these tricks, and it's amazing. It's fantastic. But they don't do that on the pitch. They keep very solid, very quality game and do what they know they can do every time. There are, of course, a few exceptions, but that's generally the rule. Pickleball's no different. Very similar position to the first game where they were 7-all.
Well, without rooting for a winner, I for one would love to see this go to a third game.
Yes, with some really lovely rallies. I think it'll be a challenge for Lewis and Tim. It'd be great to see him go to 3, but I think where Lewis has to take a lot of the court coverage, I think it'll be just a uphill battle for him to try and keep at that high level performance. I guess he heard what I said and decided to show me what was what with that rally.
With an awesome overhead smash.
James is going to want to have had that shot again, I think. I think he'd put money on him making that shot more often than not.
And that just clipped Tim Spurway's paddle on the way through as he tried to leave it. You can see the anguish on his face.
We talk about like timings and predicting where the ball goes. I can see exactly what happened in Tim's head there was, I'm going to hit it, no I'm going to leave it, too late. And it just clipped the edge of his paddle.
What an outrageous amount of net cord for Lewis to grab there as the ball risked bouncing for an incredibly rare let on the frame of the net, but it just made it far enough away to bounce and was too close to the net for James Ling to be able to return it.
His match point to take it to 3. Oh, great shot from James there. That's side out. First opportunity to take it to 3 and they didn't convert.
And again, that patterns situation where Tom puts it where in a space that would have been great for a right-handed player, but Lewis takes it on the left-hand forehand, swings hard at it, and the point's over.
think that was an ATP body bag. I'm not sure. ATP BB with a Franklin tattoo for free. Came all the way to Corby, and all I got was this tattoo of a pickleball. I'm not sure if Tom played that ATP body bag, but if he did, that's some Pickleball IQ 1000. Oh, and a whiff from Tim there. The ball just had a bit spin on and curved out the edge of his paddle.
(10-10) game point.
But just discussing if it's too clear.
As
and
all games have been thus far through the tournament in a win-by-one situation. And that one sadly finishes 11-10. 2-0 victory for Tom Caulfield and James Ling.
A great game. It's a shame Lewis and Tim couldn't quite convert that one. I think they had an 8-3 lead and they would have felt the pressure as James and Tom were coming back.
McGuffin here with Yola Pickleball. This is the new Magnus Lion CAS paddle. Stands for carbon abrasion surface. Carbon abrasion on the surface here. It's a double frame carbon fiber construction. Great for performance, very durable, and it's edgeless, it's lightweight, it's aerodynamic, and it looks the part, I'll tell you what. It's the same elongated shape that I've been playing with since day one. Yola did a great job with really making the hitting zone very forgiving. It has a ton of pop, and it just seems like the hitting zone is very consistent. This paddle is going to take your game to the next level. Go Yola.
The modern workplace promises flexibility, productivity, and collaboration, but getting there isn't always easy. Many businesses struggle with outdated systems, security concerns, and the challenge of integrating remote and hybrid work environments seamlessly. ICTO delivers modern workplace solutions designed to tackle these challenges head-on. With expertise in cloud integration, enhanced security, and intuitive collaboration tools, ICTO ensures your team can work securely and efficiently from anywhere. Our tailored solutions streamline workflows, reduce the IT headache, and create an agile, future-proof workplace. Plus, with proactive support and strategic guidance, ICTO helps you navigate the ever-changing digital landscape with confidence. Don't let workplace challenges hold your business back. Choose ICTO to transform your workplace into a dynamic, productive, and resilient environment. ICTO, here when you need it.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the ViperCore Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
This is what you're waiting for. I think we're ready to ride. I think I'm ready to ride. I think I'm ready to ride. This is what you're waiting for. I think we're ready to ride.
So we are underway here, and we have Varun Agarwal versus Abhishek Mohal. Varun Agarwal is at the top right-hand side of your screen. Abhishek Mohal is in the blue serving. And they are playing familiar faces of Jake Matthews and Robert Patrick, part of the Pickleball Ops team. And Agarwal showing his hand speed at the net. This is part of the 18 plus men's 4.0 category. Some nice dinking displayed at the net. The slice backhand to slice backhand there. And just a little bit of tape causing problems. But Agarwal and Mohal have started sprightly here. Oh, and he's hit an ATP. Agarwal has got all of the skills here on display. What a lovely flip down the line. And that's one you can take home with you, Agarwal. You can clip that one up and show it as much as you want. And Rob Patrick tagged there. And this is a very impressive display from Agarwal and Mohal. Playing at a very high level, not really giving any opportunities to Matthews and Patrick. And keep this up. They'll be looking good for this competition. Still part of the group stage here. Yeah, nice drop down at the feet. Jake Matthews. And they're closing the gap here. And it's that speed up again and maybe just slightly lulled into a sense of security with the dink to dink. Rob Patrick not ready for that speed up, and a good serve as well by Mohal. Yeah, but Patrick ready for that one and pouncing on the high ball. Frustration on display on the face of Jake Matthews. He dumps a dink into the net, and Agarwal and Mohal looking very good indeed. A nice reset from Agarwal. And the jab just going out. Yeah, nice finish as well. Agarwal and Mohal. They're looking very much on top in this encounter. And that is such an incredibly impressive move by Mohal and Agarwal. Agarwal there demonstrating fleet feet, moving up through the court, hitting a lovely drop, and then the finish on the backhand side. And they didn't have the answers, Matthews and Patrick, there. Very comprehensive display from Agarwal and Mohal. And they'll be very happy with that. Always looked in control. Well played from them. And we'll be going for a short break now. And as we decide on the schedule, we're running ahead of time here at Corby. The men's open category not taking as long as it might have done, unfortunately. We did try and take it to a third game, and we were very close, Lewis Oak and I. But, I just couldn't get it over the line, and many congratulations to Caulfield and Ling taking the gold medal. So, we will take a short ad break as we bring you more action here from the Corby Tennis Centre. Oh, and another tag, and the high speed up from Ronnie Sullivan. Yeah, nice play from James Selby. Started sprightly here. Oh, and he's hit an ATP.
Great rally there, James.
And that is a lovely lob. Good hands from Andrew Park.
Yeah, it's a slightly different lens when there's a lens.
Yes, and some lovely play game as well, so the result of this won't change the outcome of the groups. Oh, and Ronnie Sullivan trying it. On a great rally. And
that was a lovely rally. Tom did so well.
in back here, 7-7. Oh, and finding, I think, the edge of the paddle. And the lob goes. Oh, and point of the match so far, Chris. Oh, and another tag, and the high speed up from Ronnie Sullivan. Yeah, nice play from James Selby. Started sprightly here.
Guffin here with Yola Pickleball.
Welcome back, everyone. And we've got some action from the 18-plus men's 3.5 division. And we are watching the final group match of Group 1. And a very close, incredibly close group. And we're going to have an incredibly close match. We have Bill McPhee and Oliver Howard. And they are at the top of your screen. Coward on the right-hand side. McPhee on the left. And they are playing Ollie House and Will Riley. Ollie House has the hat on and Will Riley is wearing blue. And this is a crunch match. This is the deciding match. It will decide who goes through to the semi-finals. So all on the line here at the Corby Tennis Centre for this Fox Pickleball event. And very honest from Riley there. Just saying he was in the kitchen. I think the white line of the tennis court just slightly put him off and made him creep forward. So the put away not punished ultimately. And a nice play. And straight away, Riley making up for that kitchen error. The lob goes up. And the lob goes long. So, switch here. Side out. And that scorpion-like overhead from Coward. Just going long, and Riley and House get a point on the board. And that was a beautiful forehand down the line from Riley. And that is going to be a shot to watch throughout the remainder of this match. Oh, Riley is a very nice looking forehand indeed. And neither player able to call it in or out, so the general rule is if you're unsure, it's in. But a quick side out, and Riley and House looking here to move forward. These guys have exactly the same records, and when I say exactly the same records, I mean exactly the same coming into this match. Winning 2 and losing 1 to 9. So everything is on this match as to who's going to be proceeding to the semi-final, as we had Gupta and Prabhu have already qualified. Oh, and Coward, the last overhead he hit was called in, but that one most certainly out. So a mountain to climb for Coward and McPhee. And it just seems at the moment like Riley and House have the gears and have the number of Coward and McPhee. And those overheads causing Coward all kinds of problems. The ball going up high. And Riley and House now have a chance to extend this lead. The lob goes up and it's in. But the overplay slightly from Riley. And Coward and McPhee get their points on the board. The first point, and brought about by an error from House. Just moving across, and it's not moving quickly enough. So getting that ball a bit late, but straight back to business. And Riley, and that forehand does look like a lethal weapon. Riley and House do get the win in the end, and an impressive play, impressive performance from them. 11-2. And so they will be making their way to the semi-finals, and we will be delighted to inform everyone that we will be bringing you the semi-finals on this court of the 3.5 division. And so a really good opportunity for some players, some local players who've never had the chance of being live streamed before, to have their opportunity to shine on the show court. And so calculations will be underway for this semi-final. So we'll be back after a short break with the names and the players. Oh, it does look like we are getting the players on court now. And I believe this is the semi-final. So the players warming up, and we'll just go away and get the names for you and be right back shortly. So this is the 18 plus men's 4-0, and this is the semi-final. So this is the first semi-final, the 4-0 category. And we have on court Dan Parrott and Richard Payne. Richard Payne with the whitish hair. The top of your screen. Dan Parrott, his partner. Jumping up now. And they're playing Andrew Glover and Stephen Hargreaves. Andrew Glover in the blue, Stephen Hargreaves with the cap. And so the match has started. The semi-finals have begun. And already there's a line call for the players to resolve. Parrott and Payne off the mark. Yeah, nice play by Parrott there. Moving forward nicely through the court, using that drive and the drive volley to good effect. They've got a bit of a blistering start. Parrott and Payne wearing matching shirts and playing equally impressively at the beginning of this match. Drive just going long though. Well left there from Payne. Oh, and that is one that definitely want again. The pop-up not punished. And Parrott and Payne, it is just first to 11-1 ahead. And they are looking very strong. Oh, great reactions. And Dan Parrott, in particular, anticipating that very nicely indeed and showing some impressive anticipation. And they are looking calm and confident as they make their way closer to that 11 mark. Yeah, and the power of Parrott. Relentless at the moment. The Canterbury area pickleball on their shirts. They're doing Canterbury proud at the minute. And the roll volley touched the net, but a good roll volley nonetheless. And displaying a good, rounded game, Dan Parrott, mixing in power with nice technical shots. It's coming unstuck with the low dink. And it was there for the taking. Dan Parrott frustrated with himself, crafting that opportunity nicely with the drive, the drop, and then the pop-up. Just unable to capitalise. And Glover and Hargreaves working their way back. The deficit now just 3 points, so things getting a bit tighter. The Parrott Party emblazoned on his shirt. Dan Parrott custom, and the Parrott Party is definitely in full swing at the moment. I believe it says Parrott Party. I'll have to double check that. And he is warmed up. He's, no, that's his nickname, Parroty. My apologies. But it does feel like a Parrott Party. The serve goes long. Good shot, good drive from Stephen Hargreaves, and a critical time for them this. The match slipping away, they need to raise their game and try and get a few more points. And that one called out. So 7-9-2. for the missed serve, and what a time to do it. And lots of confused and exasperated looks from both teams here. Line calls. How many times do we see it in pickleball? You just gotta move on. The call is the call. And the lob from Dan Parrott just going out. And this game is tight and it's tense and it's being played at a high tempo. Oh, and what a time to miss. What a time to miss a dink. Glover. Andrew Glover. And steering that one into the open court, and a last maybe opportunity for Glover and Hargreaves to put a run together. They have a 3-point deficit to overcome. Can they do it? It's drop from Stephen Hargreaves. And the fast hands battle won by Dan Parrott. And Dan Parrott has displayed fast hands throughout the course of this match, and very impressively. Just feel like he's been dictating a lot of these points. And the opportunity goes begging. So we have a match point for Parrott and Payne, and they'll have a couple of opportunities to take this one and get through to this final. It's one down, one to go, and Dan Parrott just turns round to his partner and says, nice and calm, nice and calm. That was not calm, though. That was a drive into the middle of the net. That shot just going wide, and it's nervy stuff here. Glover and Hargreave looking to make a comeback, but the miss hit from Glover isn't going to help them. So another chance. And they take it, and that is the game, and a final plot spot for Parrott and Payne. Well done to them. They convert that early lead into a win. Fight back from Glover and Hargreaves. So Hargreaves and Glover will have to settle for a bronze final match, and they'll be playing that one out, I believe, on one of the outside courts. So I believe now we're switching to a 3.5 semi-final. So it is going to be Thor O semi-final coming up. And we have Alan, me, and Timothy Porras versus Varun, Argawel, and Abhishek Mohal. And they looked very impressive in their last match on the show court here. Agarwal and Mohal winning that one very comfortably against Matthews and Patrick. And if you do have any comments, you want to make a shout out to anyone at the course of the live stream today, please do so on our YouTube channel on the live chat. Thanks to Pickleball Live TV, saying thanks for the coverage. And Pickleball Progress there, cheering on Dan Parrott and Richard Payne in that last semi-final match. And they did make it through. And we're looking forward to seeing them in the final. In what will no doubt be a close encounter. This one of our biggest divisions here in Corby. 2 groups. 8 teams in total, so likely to be some close encounters. So we are watching the second semi-final here in the 18+ men's 4-0 division here at Corby, the Corby Tennis Centre. Wonderful domed building. It's a real pleasure to play and be in. It's very impressive lights. It's quite a sight. But we turn our attention to the game, of course, with Aaron Arguel and Abhishek Mohal. And Arguel on the left-hand side, soft court at the moment in the white, and Mohal in the blue next to him. And they will be playing Alan Mee, who's in the grey on the near side, and Timothy Porras, who's wearing the white cap, known as Texas Tim. He is from Texas in America. And a fast hands battle to get us started here. We saw a very impressive display from Arguel in that last group game. And if he can carry on some of that form into this match, I think they stand a very good chance indeed. But a good drive there moving forward from Mohal. He puts their first point on the board. Yeah, good point construction there from Mee and Porras. And broken down by Arguel. So they are back, Mee and Porras, equal and fighting away. Good finish from Mohal. Yeah, lovely dinking there from Argawal. After a couple of errors from the last couple of points, he's won that dinking exchange. And just placement over power there. Coaxing an error out of Texas Tim. Oh, and the decision to leave made too late. And that one just catching Porris's paddle. And Argawal standing up tall. Keeping his form nicely. Short backswing. Punch volley. Nice reactions from him. And we saw a fair amount of that in the group game that we watched earlier on. Argawal will be pleased with that one and keeping up that 4-point lead. And he's best of 11, of course, or first to 11. One ahead. Argawal and Mohal looking pretty good for this one so far. Oh, and that one, frustration from Texas Tim. That ball probably going out, probably sailing some of the way to Texas. If he'd moved out of the way. And brilliant hands battle again there. And Argawal and Mohal are coming out on top of most of these hands battles. Me and Porris not playing them badly like in that last one, but it looks like Argawal and Mohal just have that additional ability to play the extra shot, and it's given them a 6-point lead. Yeah, pop up from Texas Tim. And he's looking in some distress after that one. And it's in, and Argawal finishes it. And a great defensive lob there. Mohal and find themselves 8-2 up. Make that 9-2, and they look strong. They look determined. They look like they are about to book their place in a semi-final. So we are at game point. Yes, and they started they finished how they started. Power and precision and moving up through the court very nicely indeed. And Agarwal and Mohel book their spot in that final to try their luck at Dan Parrott and Richard Payne, who we watched win their semi-final earlier on. And that will be a really close, good one. 2 comprehensive wins in the semi-finals. Very impressive display we just watched, and I believe we'll be watching the final next at this event here, Fox Pickleball Event in Corby. I'd like to thank Fox for their continued sponsorship of the Pickleball events, regular sponsors. I'm very happy to welcome Steve Beale at my side here on the commentary booth. Welcome, Steve Beale, organizer, of course, of this event and the Pickleball events.
Wait, did I organise this? Crikey. Well, then, in that case, it's a total fluke that anything's holding to schedule.
Everyone just randomly turned up. That just happened. There were nets here. They all were expecting to play. Yeah. It's amazing. These things just happen. It doesn't require any effort whatsoever, right?
It's been amazing to see that people arrived with a pretty specific idea of where to go and what to do. Thankfully, a greater percentage of them seem to read a document that goes out on Monday evening before the event now than was true 6 months ago.
They've had it drilled into them over the months, no doubt. Yeah.
How was the final? The final looked really intense, and you were 7-all in the first and 8-3 up in the second. Like, great performance. I really enjoyed watching it. I'm not sure I quite cut the mustard and made the commentary match the quality of the strokes on the court, but how did it feel competing with the likes of Tom Caulfield and James Ling so closely?
Yeah, well, it's the game that we were looking forward to the most because you don't get that many opportunities to play players of that caliber, and obviously you know the quality of Ling and Caulfield and the skills, so to try your luck against them, I think we performed quite well. I think we were frustrated in the second game to not get it over the line. We seemed to be stuck on 8 for about 3 years. Like, we just couldn't seem to get another point. But then we did get another point and we didn't put things away at 10-8 up. And we would have liked to have taken it to a third because we were having a really good time and it was a really fun game to play. But yeah, they did play really well, and it's kind of like with the best players, you quite often get that where the going gets tough, they just raise their game a little bit, and you never really feel comfortable, even when you're ahead, that they're not going to come back, and they did come back. So yeah, well done to them. They're great players, and yeah, but hopefully we'll have another crack at them at some point.
Yes, I mean, a lot of the rallies, you were matching them shot for shot. But I guess at that level, having a similar ceiling, the difference is often through the consistency, and it just felt like they didn't drop off or have a miss hit or one clip the net and go the wrong side at any stage. And when you're competing at that level against that, it must feel a little bit like, battling against a brick wall.
Yeah, they're so quick at the net as well. Unfortunately, I was with Lewis, who is as quick as anyone with his hands, and I could just rely on him when it got quick. Like, he was just so fast. Like, yeah. And so that won us quite a few points. His ability to, anticipate the shots and get those quicker balls back. So sadly, I don't think I'm as quick as Lewis Oak. And
there's no shame in that.
He did really, really well in that final. And I think, he was disappointed as I was to not take it to a third. But
we noticed that Lewis took quite a few with his left. You've both got a forehand down the middle when you're playing on the left with the right hand and he's playing on the right with the left hand. He took quite a lot down the middle. Was that a conscious strategy between the two of you?
It was. I mean, Lewis is Lewis is a stronger player, and normally you would expect a stronger player to come across. And obviously, you got two forehands, so it's always going to be like, it's unusual for me because I obviously love my forehand. So there's very few occasions where I play with somebody that's going to be taking my forehand off me. So it took me a little while to get used to that. But we did kind of after the first few games, we did say that I was going to take a few more forehands out of the middle because we were finding a strong tactic was the classic shake and bake. So, I would drive a forehand down the middle or down the line and then Lewis coming across for the put away, and we got quite a few points doing that. But wasn't enough.
I think you should be over the moon to take silver away from a division that had the Surrey Smash PPL Premier Division pair of Caulfield and Ling. Like, to be unhappy with the silver there, you're not doing yourself justice. I was over the moon watching it. It was such a high quality level of play. I was grateful just to be sat courtside. I think you've done brilliantly.
Well, thanks, Steve. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's only like when you play against those better players that you kind of know where you are, really. And to be able to challenge them in both of the games, probably should have taken that second one, but we didn't. But we did have a great time, and it was a great match and great one to be involved in. Hopefully, it's fun partnering with Lewis. I hope get to do it again as well.
Quite often, playing against what you said better players is one of the main values of it is the learning experience. Are there any specifics that you've taken away from today, having 4 games, 3 matches against Tom and James, having had that experience today? Did you have many learning points that you thought, like, this experience has enabled me to become a stronger player as a result of the day?
I've already been told by Tracy Matthews what I need to improve on because she was watching it at home. She's taking. I'm taking my hand far too far back in a hands battle, so too much preparation. So when it gets fast hands, you obviously need very short preparation, and that's something I've noticed that I have done in the past. Like, you're just overplaying slightly, and you're wanting to crank up. However, the match has begun here. The semi-final, thanks to Steve, he's shooting back off to his organizational role. And the final underway, rather. Mohal and Agarwal. This will be a really good match, I think. Wouldn't surprise me if this goes to 3. Yeah, nice low drive here, and one of the things you get in this dome, and you probably can't hear it at home, but when it rains, it absolutely echoes throughout the hall, and we've got heavy rain here in Corby, and it just creates a very dramatic atmosphere. Not dampening the play at all. Neil bringing the puns with him. of Simon Farr. He's meant to be taking a break from the stream this weekend, but providing valuable feedback throughout so far. One just goes long, so Parrott and Payne apparently are a part of Nick May's Cambridge area pickleball academy. So a shout out to Nick Mays. I presume that if you're part of an academy, Nick Mays has had a hand in coaching some of these players. Nick Mays, a regular Picklebee player at many of the events. Sorry, I think it is the Canterbury area. I'm not sure what I said. Oh, I said Cambridge, didn't I? It is the Canterbury area Pickleball Academy. Parrott and Payne. So, some confusion as to whether they needed to change ends. Of course, the best of 3 games. You only change ends at the end of each game and then 6 if it's a third game. Parrott and Payne lifting up a slight advantage, but Garwell finding a lovely angle there off the drive. The open space opened up by Parrott. Oh, and that ball going long, and Parrott there, furious with himself, putting his whole body weight behind that shot. You didn't need to go for so much, but so hard to hold back when it gets fast like that. A good finish there from Payne. And so the advantage held by Parrott and Payne. Oh, and a brilliant reset there from Dan Parrott on his backhand side as well. That isn't an easy shot to do. Normally you would see a pop-up from that position. Able to control that ball very nicely indeed. And they extend their lead now. Looking good for this third game. Parrott and Payne. Yeah, and we've seen a lot of that from Dan Parrott, those reactions. Down the middle on the backhand this time. And excellent reactions from him. And they take the first game in this final. And a fairly comfortable one, Parrott and Payne. There were glimpses from Agarwal and Mohal of the form that we've seen them play before. But so we just see them here discussing the potential strategy of how they can overcome this lead that is held by Parrott and Payne. Certainly have it in them. These two teams in different groups in the division, so won't have played each other before. And so one thing they will want is a quick serve. So a quick start on their serve. So Agarwal and Mohal need to be dialed in from the off. And just the speed up attempt from Agarwal. Going his way that time. And they opened up a 2-0 lead. The missed serve from Agarwal will be so frustrating for him, and that one goes in, I believe. Oh, it was out. Excuse me. And that one was out as well. And Dan Parrott, very expressive on court. Shows his emotions, and you can always tell what he feels after a point. Yeah, good play from Payne there. Switching it up with a double-handed backhand. The power of Dan Parrott working for him. And when they go in, which they do more often than not, and then get a good run of points, and this time Payne's forehand working like a dream. And they're working their way back into the second game. Two, 3-1. Yeah, and Payne stepping up his game there. The speed up. And then the put away. And 3 unanswered points. But Mohal not having any of that nonsense. Powerful drive overhead from him. Bizarre point here. Oh, and Parrott just has a tendency when he pulls the trigger sometimes to overshoot those shots. And I think Agarwal and Mohal have cottoned onto that a little bit, leaving a few more of those balls. And Dan Parrott. Great dinking action here at the net. Oh, and the net having its say in that rally. Just flicking as it goes over, and Parrott and Payne, the beneficiaries. Yeah, but that's good from Agarwal, and that's a confidence booster for him. And a big call of leave it from Dan Parrott, making no mistake. And that is not what you want to see on the show court. Mohal will need to put that one out of his mind. I'd say a swing and a miss, but it was a swing and a skim. And a miss serve, and they're level the last few points as Parrott and Payne take a slight advantage in this game. Has dropped off a little bit. Yeah, whereas Parrott and Payne seem to be dialed in, winning a side out, non-scoring. And can they make the most of this good run of form? A good run of form and a good run of luck as well. Just clipping the net, giving them a 2-point advantage. Yeah, and the ball just going a bit too high Mohal, and now 2 becomes 3. And that's out. And it being called good. Over. Run. Over. And just a bit of confusion on the court. So it is 5-8. And a generous overall. Dan Parrott seeing that ball in. And giving Mohal Garwell the opportunity to come back. But Parrott's feeling good at the moment. And he's really feeling dialed in. That will help Garwell and Mohal. Digging in deep and as many points as they can in this opportunity to serve, but coming to a premature end. See there, the luck has changed. And is that going to be the platform that Garwell and Mohal need? What a chance there. Garwell sees the opportunity, strikes, but it's long. Oh, and what a brilliant job from Mohal to work his way back after being well behind in that point. And Garwell firing that one long and have to take these chances because this match is quite quickly slipping away from them. 9-6-1 now. And another point here will give them match point. But the early speed up does the job. Dan Parrott there. Pumped up, ready to go, and bringing up match point. Gold medal point. And they take it, and they are delighted. A straight games victory. And many congratulations to Parrott and Payne. They'll be going back to the Canterbury area pickleball club with obviously some of the teammates and players from the Canterbury area cheering them on. A big shout out to you, including Nick Mays, of course, commenting earlier. And a spirited performance from Varun Agarwal and Abhishek Mohal. Silver medal looks pretty nice around the neck. I can state that for a fact. Sadly. And they will have to settle for silver like me and Lewis Oak. But really fun final to watch, that one. I don't think Agarwal and Mohal reached the heights that we saw them play earlier. They were really, really fast and looked very strong indeed, and they showed glimpses of that in the final, but ultimately unable to show that consistently enough to take it to a third game. So that is another category done here. Yes, you guys. Okay. Sit down. So I'm here with Dan Parrott, winner of the gold medal of the 18+ men's 4.0 category. Dan, you've had a pretty good day today, haven't you?
Yeah, mate. Been a great day. Enjoyed it. It's not as hot as it was when we were playing in Basingstoke, but it's nice. Been a good day.
Good. And you and Richard, you've got quite a nice chemistry on court. Have you played together quite a lot before?
Yeah, I mean, we've only played 1 or 2 tournaments together. I mean, back down in Canterbury, playing down at CAP, we played quite a few times together. But yeah, this is my brother.
Oh,
yeah.
It's your brother?
No, not actually my brother, but this is my brother, metaphorically speaking.
Okay. Oh, excellent. So you guys play a lot down in Canterbury together.
Yeah.
How's the club in Canterbury?
Yeah, growing. We're doing well. We've just started on Instagram. Yeah, which one I'm running.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, it's plenty of fun. I do enjoy it. It's growing so much down in Canterbury at the moment, especially in Kent. So, yeah, it's good to see a sport that's come from nothing, make something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. And how long have you both... So we've got Richard here as well. Richard Payne, a little bit more shy on the mic, but how long have you guys been playing?
So myself, I've been playing probably about 3 years now. What about you, Richard?
I've been playing 2 years now.
So pretty, as far as pickleball goes, yeah, quite a fair extended period of time.
Yeah. Good time, man. It's so much fun. I love it. I've come from a tennis background.
Okay.
So that's probably why everyone saw the drive so often.
Yeah, we were commenting quite a lot during the course that your forehand looks very nice and you move through the court very nice.
Yeah,
and,
I appreciate that.
Yeah. I think, look very strong. And how was the group stages? Did you win all of your games?
Yeah, won all our games. There was a few tough ones. One of our games went to 11-10, which was very interesting, and we was down from 6-0 on that same game as well. So yeah, that was tight. It was good though. I had fun. I think Rich had fun. Yeah, he's nodding.
He's nodding. Oh, excellent. And apparently, so I've got a message from Nick Mays, who's also from your area. You're part of his academy.
Yes.
So what exactly does that entail, Zach?
So it's all about improvement, drilling, basically recreating match play. It's just going over literally every shot in pickleball. Not just shooting, positioning, thinking. And I think personally for me, it's definitely grown my game. and made me to the player I am today. I don't know. Would you say the same, Richard? He's nodding. And yeah, that's basically what it entails. And he's a great coach, great friend, and yeah, it's fun. We're playing together in Basingstoke.
Oh, you're playing together in Basingstoke.
Yeah, it's gonna be good.
That'll be good. Yeah, that'll be a good partnership. I've been trying to play with Nick myself.
Even though I've been asking him so many times, he goes, yeah, maybe. But yeah, it's good fun.
Oh, good. Well, many congratulations to you both.
Thank you so much.
You can go back to Canterbury feeling very happy with yourselves, the gold medal. And hope to see you. Well, we'll just say you're playing in Basingstoke.
Yes, in October.
Awesome. Are you playing as well, Richard, there? Possibly. All right.
He's not in.
Okay. Well, see you guys in October
Thank
in
you so
Basingstoke.
much.
All right. Cheers. Well played.
What's your name?
Tim. So welcome back, everyone. And we have got more action for you. And this is from the 3.5 final. And we have Sophie Lewis and Katie Lloydell. And they're playing Niven Sunny and Lee Jones. And now the men's and the ladies 3.5 category has been merged. And Sophie Lewis and Katie Lloydell have managed to make it through to the final here. All from the same club as well. These 4 players on court. So they are all from David Lloyd in rugby. So if anybody from David Lloyd in rugby is watching at home, a big shout out to you guys. I'm not sure who you're going to cheer on, because gold and silver are coming your way regardless. So Katie Lloydell is at the top right-hand side of your screen. Sophie Lewis on the top left. Niven Sunny, bottom right. And Lee Jones, bottom left. Oh, and the lob goes in from Niven Sunny. And left by Lloydell unsuccessfully. And some great scrambling around there from Lloydell and Lewis. You take a 2-point lead on these stages. And the classic look down at the floor. I do think that one had some checked spin on it, so Lloydell just fooled by that slightly. A battle of rugby here. I'm sure will be played in high spirits in this best of 3 match. First to 11. And it goes in, it drops in. Catching the very back edge of the line. Lloydell and Lewis looking strong. Sonny and Jones working their way back. Just a 1 point deficit now, and Lloyd and Lewis. This category has been renamed to the men's/ladies, given that the two categories were merged. Oh, and some back and forth action there, and Lloyd and Lewis coming out on top again in these longer extended rallies. And I'm really liking the forehand as well of Sophie Lewis. Displays quite nice technique with that. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that is a tennis background forehand. And if anybody is watching at home who can confirm one way or the other, I would appreciate it. Unless I'm wrong, in which case, don't say anything at all. What a battle we have here. Fantastic rally. 20 shots plus, and Lloyd and Lewis again coming out on top. Just unfortunate there, coming across and down the middle, caused all sorts of problems. Sophie Lewis. And these guys can defend. Some of these rallies are the longest we've seen all day. And we're seeing some really nice pickleball here. Yeah, and that was a comprehensive point there from Sonny and Jones, taking control of that kitchen and forcing Lloyd and Lewis back, and reducing this deficit to 3 points. Yeah, nice forehand. A bit of luck with the net, but nice roll on that from Lewis. And that clearly, I would say, her strongest shot, demonstrating the ability to roll that forehand very nicely. Nice bit of topspin on that shot. But taking the opportunity there, and that was good movement up, holding their position at the net, Sonny and Jones. But again, the consistency of Lloyd and Lewis on display. able to really outlast their opponents in these extended rallies. Sunny and Jones are taking a step back on that point. And the first game goes to Lloydell and Lewis, and very comprehensive style. Very impressive game there. I think the difference really, some of those longer rallies going the way of Lloydell and Lewis. Sunny and Jones making the mistake first. And a lot of mid-court battles. My partner Lewis Oak from the men's commenting, a lot of these rallies are played in the mid-court, and both teams very happy to defend with, or to hit powerful shots from the mid-court. And we saw a few of them in that first game, where it's sped up and both teams taking a step back away from the kitchen and give themselves a little bit more time, and whether it takes the boldness of one of the teams to just take that additional step forward up to the kitchen and try and take charge of those rallies. But Lloydell and Lewis will be feeling happy and confident. And incredible in the end, the forehand from Lewis having to be struck over and over and over, and eventually forcing the error. She clearly does love that forehand and was happy to just trade from the back of the court. Sunny and Jones able to put that one away. That one wasn't coming back. And I think Lloydell there, realising the ball might have been going out and having second thoughts as to whether she should be playing that or not. Oh, and we have an injury on court, and it looks like Niven Sunny has got an issue with his finger, whether it's bleeding and whether he needs to plaster it up. Said immediately afterwards it's the same place, I think. So clearly the ball has clocked him in the finger maybe earlier on today, and maybe just got clocked again there. But he's holding his finger out. Hope that's okay. So a little bit of daylight for Sonny and Jones as they look to take this game, this match into a third game. The error's just slightly creeping into the game. And clearly there's some tactics being discussed there. And just a wry look shared between Lloydell and Lewis. Apparently they're great friends, these four, and will be very aware of each other's games. And this probably feels a little bit like a club match for them, but a lot more on the line. Good kitchen action here. And the pop-up punished. And Sonny and Jones now making their move just at the right time. 5 points ahead. And the errors now flying off the rackets, or the paddles, excuse me. That was inexcusable. Off the paddles of Lloydell and Lewis. They do win the serve back. And power again proving to be the solution. 2-7. Yeah, moving up through the court nicely. And there's no better feeling than a heavy forehand and then the pop-up and the put away. And that's exactly what they need to do. Some quick points to get back in it. And get that Sophie Lewis forehand working. She's very happy to just bang away from the back and working again. That forehand, clearly her favoured shot. And she does very rarely miss it, but able, Jones there to steer it beyond her outstretched arm. And the arena now totally empty in terms of other matches going on. We're in full focus. You can see that in the background. Full focus on this court, this final. And down on court. But a great get, and that does go long though, and it's good play. Lloydell and Lewis, they want to end this in 2. Making a move. Try and get this one done. Ooh, and the forehand again on the backhand side, this time of Niven Sunny. And they've used that forehand incredibly successfully throughout the course of this match. Has been the go-to shot for Sophie Lewis. As we see again, moving forward nicely through the court. And evening up the scores. 7-7-2. Niven Sunny just pulling that one wide, and these are critical moments for them. And Sunny and Lee Jones, if they're going to extend this to a third, they need to make their move. And a drive at mid-court goes long. And 2 errors give the serve right back to Lewis and Lloydell. And you do feel that Sophie Lewis has won so many points on her forehand side, and well left there, and they take the lead now in this second game. Yeah, really nice shot, finding the nice angle. And just 2 points away from the gold medal here, Lloydell and Lewis. Make that 1 point. We have match point. And Lloydell and Lewis be looking to end this one now. And that is indicative of the match as a whole. The Sophie Lewis forehand fired down the middle. Nothing Niven Sunny and Lee Jones could do. And the match goes to Sophie Lewis and Katie Lloydell. So a brilliant display from them, winning the gold medal in this merged men's and ladies 3.5 category. So the venue looks empty here, but we do have more matches for you in Corby. So don't go away just yet. We are bringing you a very interesting category. So a team event comprised of, I think, 3 or 4 teams that have entered. And so teams of 4 players. 2 men, 2 ladies. And they will be battling it out here on some of the outside courts and the show courts. And so this is an opportunity for some players that perhaps wouldn't have the opportunity to play on the show court here at Pickleball Events to show what they can do. So after a short break, we will be back with a blockbuster team event here at the Corby Tennis Centre, sponsored by Fox.
Navigating the complexities of international taxation can be challenging. Partnering with a tax consultant from ICXO offers numerous benefits. Our experts provide tailored advice on corporate tax structures, intercompany financing, and tax-efficient cross-border transactions, ensuring compliance and optimal financial outcomes. Specializing in Middle East tax planning, we offer in-depth guidance on regional regulations and negotiations with tax authorities. Additionally, our team assists with transfer pricing policies, aligning with OECD and local regulations, and managing tax risks across multiple jurisdictions. Trust ICXO to navigate the complexities of international taxation effectively. ICXO Tax Less Taxing.
This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the ViperCore Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
Hey Team Diadem, we got something new for you. We're taking it to the max. Introducing the Max Shape, the widest paddle in our collection. The new wide body Max Shape is available in the Edge 18K, the 18K Power, and the Icon Infinity. Not only is your sweet spot enhanced, but your surface area is increased and your spin potential is maxed. So this paddle is ideal for those looking for an enhanced sweet spot, a ton of spin potential, and a shorter handle. My mama always told me, never judge a paddle by its shape, judge it by its performance. The Max Shape, available now.
The first match in the team event. Delighted to bring you Deepak Shah and Daryl Moore. Deepak, the bottom left-hand side of your screen, warming up. And looks like he's got a bit of a mean forehand on him. From the Milton Keynes area. And they will be playing against another familiar pair, Jake Matthews and Rob Patrick. So action underway here. And the first match of this team event. 4 teams. 3 medals to play for. Gold, silver, and bronze. And he does have a forehand on him. Indeed. Does Deepak Shah. But also has a forehand on both Jake Matthews and Rob Patrick. And always, when Jake Matthews, obviously part of the Pickle B team here, when his forehand starts to get going, it can be a real weapon. And that overhead pulled in very honestly. And that ball just catching the edge of the net. Good reactions there, Rob Patrick. So Matthews and Patrick off to a flyer. Yeah, up a 6-0 lead. And they'll be looking to put behind them some of the disappointment from their 4.0 outing earlier on today. Unable to, at least I don't think, secure a medal in that one. But putting on a very strong and confident performance here. Matthews and Patrick now marching their way towards the first victory in this team event. 9-1 up. Oh, and the point of the match so far, some fast hands at the net. And that is the first match, and a comprehensive win for Matthews and Patrick. They get the ball rolling at 11-1. So we will be bringing you more action from this team event very shortly. Just awaiting the players from the second game to get on court. So as we wait for our next match here, we will be zipping around and trying to see if we can watch some of the action from one of these outer courts.
believe there is no longer a 3.5 and 3.0 since there's just 4 teams, because I think it's all being mixed up. That's what I think. Right? So, okay. It's just that's what I just found out.
So this will be the last match on the stream today. So, and we are watching Lorraine Cockrell and Kate Crowther at the top of your screen. And a nice finish there from Megan Abbott. So Megan Abbott at the bottom left-hand side of your screen. Yeah, and some good dinking on display there from Megan Abbott. Megan Abbott from the Torquay area. Fair trek for her. So Jake Matthews and Rob Patrick are the other team members in Team D that make up the full contingent. So we're partnering up Charlotte Ellum and Megan Abbott. So they are the 4 players. And in Team B, who we're watching here, we have Lorraine Cockle, Kate Crowther. You haven't got it on them. Lorraine Cockle, Kate Crowther, Chris Renshaw and Gary Baum. And a good forehand drive there. A narrow lead for Cockle and Crowther. And that one just going long. Three, 6, 1. Yeah. And a good drive down low from Megan Abbott. So all of the categories in the team have been merged in this team event. So mishmash of different levels and abilities. Delighted to have Neil Lawson-Smith in the commentary booth beside me. Neil.
Tim, great to be here again this afternoon. And it's great to see the team events mixing it up and giving an opportunity to those people that really just want to come and see how this alternative format to the usual mixed doubles, gender doubles. And it's great to see a really consistent standard of play amongst the teams here today.
Yeah, indeed.
Back over to Abbott and Ellen. Try and consolidate their 4 points. And second service there. Obviously, Cockle and Crowther are playing a very solid game and taking advantage whenever it appears. Unfortunately, a long serve there puts it back as a non-scoring round. Straight back to Crowd and Cockerell. And that is one of the tricky things. Make sure you've had a chat with your partner about who's getting the centre balls. It's always a difficult one when it's such a floating ball there in the centre. But likewise, it's one to have had a little chat about. And a lovely little attack there. And slowly building that score up, closing that deficit. It's going to be perhaps a tighter game than it first looked.
Crowther and Cockle looking assured at the net. And taking a 8-5 lead into the last stages of this match. But a nice speed up from Megan Abbott there down the middle. And such a successful shot, that speed up down the middle, particularly at this level where the players might not know who's going to take the shot. But what a lob and what a point we have here. Megan Abbott pulling the trigger, but just pulled it. Pulled the backhand.
Yes, Tim, one heck of a hand battle there, and it wasn't quite clear who was going to come victorious, but it's just that pressure of seeing it through. We're seeing some nice little lobs here, giving them a wide variety of shots, but you just got to control it in the air. That's one of the challenges at this level.
Yeah, I think at this level, Neil, quite often players may have more of a tendency to, as the rally goes on for longer, they feel they have to hit it harder and harder. And it's about maintaining your composure and not trying to win that point too soon. I mean, say at this level, but it's a case for lots and lots of levels, even the higher levels, that's sometimes the case. But this desire that we have, an innate desire to win the point, particularly as the points get extended.
You're absolutely right, Tim, and I think that's one of the hardest things to do, is that transition from the air shots through to the get up close to the net and start controlling your composure, and to make sure that you're not giving an easy ride for your competition. And there we see Cockerell and Crowther have been victorious. Good luck to them and their team.
Yeah, they'll be happy with that. Megan Abbott and Charlotte... Sorry, Kate Crowther. No. Megan Abbott and Charlotte Ellum are strong players, very strong players. So that's a good win for Cockerell and Crowther. But we are bringing our action here to a close for the day. So an excellent first day's worth of play here at Corby Tennis Centre. Great matches, some great play. I'd like to thank Lewis Oak and Neil Lawson-Smith, who have been ably working the tech and doing a little bit of commentary as well. We are wrapping up the play. We are focusing tomorrow on the mixed doubles in the morning, followed by singles in the afternoon, and we'll be seeing James Ling in singles, and I'll be having a crack at James Ling in singles, so That will be fun, I think. He's a heck of a player.
Well, you got time for a rest. I mean, you've been scoring today. You've been commentating, Tim. You're a man of many talents. I'm sure that James Ling should be quaking in his boots. And I think you've got every reason to bring your A game tomorrow.
But thanks, Neil. I appreciate that. I'm going to need all the help I can get, all the encouragement I can get. But from us here at Picklebee, and from me and Neil and Lewis Oak, we will see you